So I wonder like how quick that is. We're live now. What's going on, guys? Big
Mm-hmm.
Rye and the Fat Guy coming at you for the NFL Week 18 Sunday night game between the Chargers and the Raiders. It was I don't usually say this, but I felt pretty lackluster this week about a lot of these games. Like I know a lot of them are pretty meaningless, but I'm excited for this one. Just putting
No,
in
no.
the
I want to see what happens.
yeah.
I took the under when it was down at Pinnacle. I took it at another place at like bad regular juice
Yeah.
because I thought it could definitely swing down, but it actually went up half a point. So I'm really confused.
Yeah, off the top of my head, you got 48, right? I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
I think 49 is the more key of the numbers, but uh, it's tough with OUs because they're all still fairly close together. We just had
But I'm
huge
curious
changes in the market, like even just over the last few minutes. What's going on, Mickey? What's going on, MVP? Let me. I'll take a screenshot and post it in the Discord what the market is looking like.
Did the
Money.
Dolphins make the playoffs?
Uh, I don't think they did, but they upset New England today.
Yeah, I was on the good side of that.
The good news, Fat Guy, is that the money percentages are saying to take the under tonight, but the bet percentages are saying to take the over. So it's a contrarian play on the under as far as percentage of bets, but percentage of money, it looks like sharps are with you on that play.
Well, it's because there really is no incentive for either team, but it's like you can't collude like that either. Like I don't know what the protocol is. This is in soccer. They're shameless about this exact scenario. You ever seen a World Cup game where they have to tie and they both get through?
Yeah, but
It's,
I don't. I really don't see that happening. I saw that the draw.
me neither.
Untouchable showed us that the draw was 22-1, which I still think is terrible odds.
Oh
But
yeah, I got something interesting though. If it ends in a draw, um, remember that young kid that used to work at the bar? The bar?
I think I know who you're talking about. Are we talking about the phenom, the beer phenom, or someone else?
Not the beer phenom, someone else. But anyways, he bet Jacksonville money line, Pittsburgh win, and a tie, and he got like over 1,000 to 1. So he's live on it.
So what
So
does he need to happen? Sorry.
he needs a tie. So, but he needs a tie at half and the tie at the end of the game. So, what can we if he gets a tie at half? I'm gonna pose this to the chat. How can we? How can I help him hedge?
That's an interesting one.
Because betting both sides doesn't work.
It does, but it becomes like a three-way. It's a three-way thing. Can you bet not to tie? Like, is that a thing? Probably
No,
not,
and the
right?
best odds I saw were like minus 1,200. So then, what am I going to bet? Like, because his bet's to win $10,000. So like, what am I going to bet? Like 2,400 to win 200? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I think it's. I've only come up with let it ride. That was my best strategy.
Well, I think you know what's the important lesson from this is that if you are going to make a bet that is like this, you need to have some way to be able to get out if you do have, positive expected value.
I don't know. This is the. I have a disagreeing thing. Not with what your idea is. Your idea is some level of safety, but I think that truly, like as a betting purist, you should have the fortitude to just ride it out. Why pay juice twice?
Well, it's you pay like the reason why you pay juice is just because the number is so high, right? Like if it was for $10, yeah, why pay the juice twice? But you're talking about a substantial amount of money that he
Well,
could
see,
win.
see, but
Like,
we're humanizing it. We're adding emotion to it. It's kind of like your stance on insurance. You hate insurance more than anyone in the world
yeah,
because you know it's just a ripoff, right? But at the same time, you could, so do I. I don't. I like it slightly more than you do, but I still detest it. But I still have fire insurance, and mostly because my apartment has caught on fire before. But I mean, wouldn't
yeah.
that make it less likely? You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know.
Well, it probably has the exact same likeliness, but the insurance company would tell you otherwise. The
Yeah,
Bob
yeah, they
Saget,
absolutely
Bob
would.
Saget died. Mickey just informed me, and I googled it, and it
Yeah.
is true. So 65 found dead in a hotel room in Orlando. That's first Norm, now Bob. How did Artie Lang out survive? How did Artie
I
Lang
don't,
and
I
those
don't, I
guys
don't know.
survive? That's insane. Congrats, Artie Lang. Artie Lang
Oh,
proving that rehab works.
I won a death pool once, but do you actually ever win a death pool?
You definitely do. It's morbid, but it's death pools are fun. I've never participated in one, but I think it would be a fun thing to do, especially when you can pick people in the pool.
I won with a certain guy that lived in your neighborhood where you grew up.
Yeah,
The movie theater guy, he fell.
that's congrats. That's great.
Yeah.
I don't, I don't know what to say to that.
I didn't know. I didn't know if you knew who I was talking about.
I don't, but it's okay. I don't know if I'm going to make any plays. I know Fat Guy is on the under. I'm just taking a look now and seeing what the different markets are saying.
I technically have the Raiders, but that's only because it's a over-the-counter type thing.
Okay. Do you have them on the spread or the money line?
Spread +3 +1, like 13 or something.
Nice. Yeah, currently they're +3 -102 at Pinnacle.
Oh, there you go. I got some good juicy.
I think I think the Chargers are the better team, and I think a lot of
Way
people
better.
would agree. But also at the same time, I feel like this might be a little bit of an overpricing, but I think that just reflects where the market is, right? 60% of bets, 85% of the market is on the Chargers for this one. So maybe this is kind of just a nice equilibrium for the books.
Probably is, though. I have a bias to the Chargers. I like them.
I like the Chargers too, and the Chargers are, like you said, a team where it's like it's better to bet the money line now against like teams like the Chargers and the Bengals, like that are going to be aggressive on fourth down because they're trying to either win or they're going to lose. Like it's not it's going to be unlikely the Chargers lose by 3 or win by 3. Sorry, no, it's unlikely that the Chargers. Well, the Chargers aren't dogs, so I think it works better if they're dogs. Man, every day I look more and more like Greg Proops. Josh Allen personally wants the Raiders to advance, but LA is definitely the better team. I want the Chargers.
I want to see Justin Herbert play.
I was looking at 538. They have like ELO ratings, and they have like ELO ratings for quarterbacks now, which I don't know if they had in the past. And Herbert was up there. I think he was like the sixth highest quarterback. I think he was the highest guy that their team wasn't leading the division. Ryan Williams says, "Fat guy kind of looks like Matt Patricia with the Lions gear on."
We already did that. Yeah, you didn't even watch that stream. I had a pencil in there. I got my paint shirt on. This is my lucky shirt.
I do love the paint. The paint is a nice touch. A little bit of breaking news, Fat guy. Unfortunately for you, the OU's at 49.5 now.
Ooh, I lost. I rarely lose against closing. And I lost bad. Sometimes it happens. What was I gonna say though? This paint shirt, I had to help paint my parents' house when they were selling it, and this was a brand new shirt, but it was only like I bought like whatchamacallit, 4 for like $40 or something, or like $36 from Marksburg Warehouse. And she got mad at me and says, "You can't paint in a brand new shirt." And then I pretended to trip and fall, and my whole body I dumped like right on a freshly painted wall. So I got it all over me, and she was really upset. And then I did it again recently, so I added more paint to it. I've won more money in this shirt than any of my wardrobe.
That's very important.
It is. It's lucky.
It's super lucky. Untouchable Jay said Bob Saget died. Yes, it is true. Bob Saget has passed away at the age of 65. I would have guessed Bob Saget's older. Here's an interesting one I'll throw out there. I'll get Fat Guy to answer too, but I'll give everyone in the comments a minute. What do you think the age of Teller is from Penn and Teller?
$63.
All right, Fat Guy's at 63. I've got a 1 minute timer here. So get your answers in. This ultra low latency is awesome. It seems like it's actually making a pretty big difference. Here, I'll throw it up here. Here's our timer. I don't know if you can make it full screen. Ryan Williams says 49.
He's an idiot.
Fat Guy, you said
63.
63?
Mm-hmm.
Untouchable said 75. Any other guesses? And then Josh will touch on what you said. Also, I didn't realize Teller's like Madonna. He doesn't have a... I don't know if it's his first name, his last name, but he's just known as Teller.
What is the other guy's Penn Gillette?
Timer is up. Teller is 73 years old, so Untouchable Jay is the closest with 75. That guy does not look 73 years old.
No.
But he's small, right? Like it's misleading. What's 1.75 meters in feet? He's 5'7", so he's taller than me.
Taller than you. I was just gonna say that.
It's pretty crazy then. How tall is Penn?
He's probably my height. You and I are fucking Penn and Teller. Excuse me, Penn and Teller.
Oh, we pretty much are.
I would have meant like you're older.
He's
just like
six. He's 6'5". So technically, you're taller than Penn, and I'm shorter than Teller. So that's actually the best comparison, is to tell people we're like Penn and Teller.
Yeah.
I think I would be more successful if I just took the Teller route and didn't say anything, but here we are. The timer scared Josh. It scared me too, to be honest.
Did you hear the solo show I did last week? I definitely need you. Not much, but a little bit.
Untouchable Jay said he thought his steak was burning from the the Google timer, which is pretty funny. All right, well, the most interesting thing that's happened is there's just been this late, 1.5 point move on the over. It's up to 49.5. I wonder how many more years Al Michaels is going to call games for.
Yeah. Look at him.
I hope it's a while because I think he still is probably the best at it. He's 77. Like, he's getting up there.
Once you quit, you die, though. People don't age that well when they retire.
Yeah, I guess that it can be true. Maybe that's why Teller looks so young. Danny Drew saying, "Let's go Bolts." I'm with you. I want to see the Chargers win tonight. I want to see them in the playoffs.
I bet you Danny Drew's a superhero. Alliteration looks great. It's Emilio Finati, Ryan Williams.
Oh, nice. That's deluxe. That's a fat guy's eating award-winning pizza. I'm eating
I am.
Panago's cheese bread. Like, how can we compare?
I only eat the finest pizzas.
And soon we're going to be Big Fat Ryan the guy. I went to buy wet wipes at the store. And the lady behind the cashier, she goes, "Hey, did you know that it comes in cucumber flavors now?" And I said, "Oh, thanks. That saves me from a lot of pain." Untouchable Jay said he's on the under 49.5. Jacob said, "What's up, boys? I want a season-long Survivor pool today, split with about 15 people, though." That is awesome. Congrats, man. That is really, really awesome. Survivor pools are, ironically, probably the best value. As long as you don't have to, like, tie up your money that entire time,
there's a lot of track record in bar pools and Survivor pools and stuff.
Yeah,
it's like ridiculously good.
It would be the best use of our time just to do that and never do any of this other stuff. But here we are.
No, if we could get down in 100 pools, we wouldn't have to work.
Yeah.
Not that we.
Yeah, Eric Nisbet on the Raiders tonight. Let's go Raiders. And then let's go back. Let's touch on Josh Allen's question from earlier. He said Eagles at Bucks, Niners at Cowboys, Cards at Rams. Are there any games you guys have most interest in, or maybe streaming one? Let's stick with the interest, fat guy. Between Eagles, Bucks, Niners, Cowboys, Cards, Rams, what do you think is the most interesting game for you?
Oddly, I have a customer who has a future on the Bucks, but I don't really get utility really out of sweating those. So I'm gonna say Niners at Cowboys is most interesting.
I think Rams. Cardinals.
Really?
Just because I think it's gonna be let me just look at this one more time. I think it's gonna be the closest out of all those spreads. I could see it being inside of 3. You know, Cowboys are probably going to be between that 4 to 6.
No way.
And then Bucks are going to be a touchdown, maybe more. I kind of I just like watching the Niners play. I like them on both sides of the ball.
Deebo Samuel is ridiculous. I don't.
He has been very good this year.
He's the only receiver where I'm you know what I mean? When you see what top tier guys get paid, and I'm that guy does literally contribute almost every snap. Because think about it, even in the run game, he contributes. He runs the ball, he blocks, he throws the ball, he catches. He's the best after the catch. It's I don't know. It just falls in that Kittle territory.
Well, think about like they have both those guys. They have Juice Check. Like think about how much utility they have between those three players. It's pretty crazy what they're able to do. Darren Waller suiting up tonight. I wonder how healthy he is.
I think I'm gonna grow a mullet.
It's I'll say it's not in style, and that's going to encourage you more.
Yes, you know me so well. I like making a statement in public.
You're 6'6", 6'7". You go outside, you make a statement.
310 pounds.
Yeah. You're the same. For some reason, you're closer to height than Sam Hyde, even though his Wikipedia says he's about my height.
No, they changed it. Somebody updated it.
You can't trust.
He tried to
anything
lie
now
on camera.
Wikipedia.
Yeah. He tried lying about it in this recent thing. He's like, he goes, I don't know, I'm pushing 6 feet tall. And there's like a regular sized dude who's clearly like almost a foot shorter than him.
Yeah.
So now the lie went to like almost believable, but still not. I love that guy, Sam Hyde. I know that's what we were going with. I almost had the pencil in there, Mickey. I did that once already on stream.
You know it's good water when it comes from a mountain city.
Oh, did it show? Yeah. The branding. All right, here we go. I filled the tank up. Not hungry nor thirsty.
So I don't know if Mud's here, but I'll do him proud and say the Raiders start with the ball, and the Chargers are going to receive in the second half.
Perfect. Oh, okay. I had an argument. Oh shoot, I gotta look this up first on Spotrac before I make this idea known. Okay, aside from Deebo Samuel, who's getting paid $1.14 million this year, who is the most valuable? Who's the highest return on investment receiver for what they're getting paid?
I've got a quick answer, and my quick answer is probably Hunter Renfrow.
Yes, under $1 million for Hunter Renfrow, and my other candidate is Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's starting, and I think I got to look it up. We're at Spotrac right now.
He's played.
I want to see if anyone can
so
think of
well.
anyone. He's
starting so well at the last.
He's played very well. He's a WR1 on the worst team in the league. He's getting paid $660,000. How much is Cup getting paid? Great question.
Well, where was Cup drafted?
Oh my goodness! Never mind. Hey, this isn't fair though. Cup's getting paid. Okay, with the signing bonus, it's technically $7 million, but Cup's gonna get $20 million next year in total money. So I don't know where you want to put that. None of these other guys have that type of deal in place. So I don't know, I can't sign, we'll give Cooper Kupp an average of 16, 17 million.
Untouchable Jay, what did you mean by San Fran or Philly, and who has the house money? Jake's excited for Niners Cowboys.
I don't know what he's quite referring to. Did I say that? What did I say?
I think maybe he's talking about teams he's excited for or cheering for.
Oh, the game, San Fran or Philly. I really think Niners Cowboys is the game. It has some historical like patina to it, if that makes sense. Like that was a big 90s. This is a touchdown, it looks like. Oh,
Oh, where did
touchback?
that fall out? Oh, incredibly lucky. Oh man, that was a bad mistake from Foster Moreau. I didn't see who punched it out.
Nasir Adderley.
What a
That was
punch out.
awesome.
Oh man, that was close to being already the play of the game, and we're what, 3-4 plays in?
I like this angle. Dude, that was so
Wow.
close, man.
It looks like PI in the end zone on Hunter Renfrow. Carr saying holding. Referee signaling holding against the Chargers. So it's what, probably half the distance to the goal. Who's the public more likely on right now? San Fran or Philly? I'd say San Fran, but like, are you meaning comparing those two, or are you talking about in the game? I guess I could
Philly
just
isn't going to get
technically
any
look.
public love. I'll tell you that right now. I want him to beat the Bucks so bad.
The one thing I will say though, Philly is one of the more wonky teams when it comes to percentage of money that we've noticed.
The pros
But
like them.
that also might be related to like some of this data might be coming from more sports books that are in Philly. There's no betting data out yet as far as percentages go for the playoffs. Man, Jacobs is probably my least favorite running back in the league, just with how he carries the ball so nonchalantly with his in his arm.
I think Mayock, it's safe to say he's drafted horribly.
Yeah, I agree with exactly what Jake said. I want the Niners to make a run. They're built like the Titans, run the ball and play defense.
We love that. I want it like I had this big I like I don't know how to and I didn't convey this idea very well. I had this big like argument with a lot of, friends and stuff who just wrote off the Titans and stuff, and I'm like, they're still good. Like they're acting like as if Derrick Henry left or sorry got injured, and then that means that they can't win. Like they're a legitimate team, and they've what are they without Derrick Henry, 4-2? Like that's
They've
fine.
been good. They won the AFC without him. Like, it's pretty incredible. The the one thing about Tennessee that I said in the Discord is that they're not going to be like, where do you think they're going to sit odds wise? Probably like fifth, like to win the Super Bowl.
You and I already know we're gonna bet them to win the Super Bowl or the AFC Championship.
Yeah, they
I
should
already
be.
know that.
They should be the Green Bay should be the favorite, and then Tennessee
And then
should be
them.
the favorite
That's
just because
exactly
it's
how
one
it
less
should
game.
go.
But it's gonna be. It's
Kansas
probably going to be
City,
Green Bay, Kansas City, and then there might be
Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay. And then I don't know. I'd have to look at all the teams, but they're going to be like fourth or fifth for odds, and they're going to
I
be
know you and I
probably
are gonna
just
bet
a
'em.
right. Yeah,
Like it's
We
it's
most
just not
likely
even
will.
it's not even a question. Almost just because we've been to this scenario too many times.
Mm-hmm.
The one extra game is like a ridiculous advantage.
Yeah, it's much easier to win 3 games than 4.
Like no, it's got to be Tampa Bay is probably going to be. Wait, who does Kansas City play? Oh, we don't know who the. Oh no, we do. Who does Kansas City play?
We still there's only 3 games out, so we still are unsure on 3 games.
Kansas
'Cause we're
City
gonna
could
have 6 next
play.
week.
Um,
Pittsburgh, the Raiders, Chargers. I don't even know the rest. I don't know exactly where all the seating is on all these
oh,
scenarios.
New Orleans.
I've already seen some lines on.
That's NFC. I got it mixed up.
Well, let's see.
Is Kansas
Action
City a
Net-
2 seed?
I'm not too sure. I see some lines on Action Network, Mickey. I'll just put them over here. I'll do some zooming in. So early on, Bucks -7, Cowboys -3, Rams -3. Those are the early lines. I don't know what books these are from. Looks like FanDuel.
The Ravens finished last in the division. What an insane division. Okay, hold on here. So New England and then either
Mickey said Kansas City's 2.
so Kansas City's 2. So Kansas City is going to play LAC, Las Vegas Raiders, or Pittsburgh. Are Kansas City's going to be a 4-point favorite over LAC if they go through, and then there'll be a 6 to 7-point favorite over everyone else, Pittsburgh or Las Vegas.
Oh, here we go.
Cowboys and Bills might have better odds. It would be insane, Jake. Big Rye did a ton of work on kind of like a matrix that like lives out the probabilities of
It just simulates the playoffs.
yes,
Like who can win against who, depending on some loose ratings.
yeah, but not really. They're odds extrapolated ratings, and we found that it's insurmountable. Like what was the one? When did we start doing this? When Philadelphia was that was the first year when Philadelphia won the Super Bowl. We had them as the second highest likelihood. Our modeling did, and then who do we have last year? We liked Green Bay a little bit 2 years ago, and then either way, it's been. I feel like there is an edge there, even though this is a high juice, not exactly an attractive market for an advantage player.
Well, from a very, very simple like math standpoint, if you just times 50% 3 times, and you times 50% 4 times, like that's where you're starting off at. Like that's the starting point.
Yes.
So 0.5 times 0.5 times 0.5 is 12.5%, and then one more is 6.2%. So that's the difference between being a 1 seed and not a 1 seed at the moment, with everything being considered equal. So you can add in like even if the Charger or you give the Chiefs, let's say, like a 70% chance to win against all these other playoff teams, they still have to do it 4 times, which would be 24%, which is probably why their odds will be something like 4-1. Kansas City will probably sit at what, like plus 350
That's
to win the Super Bowl.
I'm thinking a little higher, like
Plus
420 would be
4.
my guess.
Okay.
Green Bay's got to
But-
be like plus 280 or something like that,
Yeah.
or plus like 320, something like that. It kind of helps. The recency bias of Tennessee is kind of a big deal. The only thing that actually hurts them odds wise is like the public overestimating Derrick Henry's. Do you know what I mean? Like, because how much actual win probability is it? I have it written down somewhere too, just because of the looking at the odds drop off when it announced that he was injured during the week following up the Rams game, which they won, by the way, without him. Fellas, I need the Raiders tonight to win my pool. I hope you get it, Jamie. I hope you do. I hope a low scoring Raiders plus 3.5. That's a good start, Jamie. That's a great start. That extra half point is a big, big, big deal. Like that was my oldest bar trick when I used to bartend once a week just to honestly generate action and get a and to file for taxes more or less. And the oldest trick in the book is I'd get, they'd want to bet NFL. They'd pick their side. The spread would be 3. I'm like, well, if I have to take the bad team, I want 3.5. I don't even like this team. I'd say that every time, even though it was completely irrelevant to me. I just wanted the half point because that half point is like 9%, 8 something. I mean, I don't have the numbers right in front of me. Sure, Big Rye can catch me up on that, but that is such. Imagine getting a coin flip where you have an 8% advantage. You're just going to absolutely print money as long as you are not taking a high variance route in conjunction with your bankroll.
I was looking. Oh, never mind. I was looking at the week 8. I was looking at the wrong spot. I thought every team in the AFC North was 8-9, but that's not true.
My guess, Jamie, I'm actually just guessing. I'm not pulling it from anywhere. My guess it'll be Chiefs -7, Chiefs -8, maybe at the highest, just because I think there's added recency bias. Considering how bad the Chiefs beat the Steelers like recently, like that's gonna have.
What do you think it's gonna be? 7.5? Did you say?
Maybe 8.
I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be higher. I think it's gonna be like
10.
I think it's gonna be like 10.5.
That's the highest it could go. I'm gonna say 8.5 now that I'm like resounding it. Just
Pittsburgh has had a lot of trouble offensively to finish this year. It's like it's pretty unfair to put the Kansas City offense up against this Pittsburgh offense.
I think the recency bias isn't like. You think it'll be over 10? I don't think it can go over 10.5. I think that's bad. Then I'm really inclined to take Pittsburgh if it goes over 10.5. Said 7, that's too low, but I think 8.5. I'm going to stick with 8.5 is what I think the true odds are. But yeah, you've got a point though. What does the market think? And considering Pittsburgh just got beat so badly in the exact same scenario, people will take that I think people will put too much weight into that using a results bias. Where's the Saints fan? I told 9-8. Absolutely you did. And he gave everyone such flack for that. I think, though, Jamie, he did a lot of growing this year, and I think he understands probability way better. And if we did one thing, we taught Dylan a little bit about how, things are less sure than they seem. That's the best way I could put it.
So do you guys know, is it work out that the team that wins this is going to be 6th and that the Steelers are going to be 7th? Unless they tie, then it's going to be Chargers 6, Raiders 7. Is that how it works?
I believe so. Who are the Pats going to play then? Who's the 3?
Well, Bengals Pats would be the 4-5,
Yeah.
and then Bills, and then the winners of this game would be the 3-6 matchup, and then Chiefs Steelers would be the 2-7
Bills
matchup,
Chargers.
or Bills Raiders. Bills Chargers would be an exciting game.
I was just going to say that.
Oh, here we go, big play, but Carr overthrows Zay Jones.
I hate doing this, getting a bad price, but like, it's looking favorable, the under right now. What will the Bengals Pats line be? That's an interesting one. Let's argue that one too. What will the Bengals?
Well,
Pats
Bengals
line
are going to be home. I think
Yeah,
it's
they're
going to be
favored.
Bengals -3.
I was gonna go higher. I was gonna go 4. I actually think it's, even though that's actually a pretty big difference.
I just think it's 3. I think that's just like the safe place to put it.
I'd be
'cause
happy with Pats +3. Oh my god, that was so bad. This is how you kill over unders, or unders rather. I'd say Bengals -2.5. I really think it's 4. There's so much hype on the Bengals right now.
but it's
2.5?
the Patriots.
I might be off.
You've got Belichick. It's I was leaning towards 2.5, but I just said 3 just because like there's an advantage for Burrow to Mac Jones. There just is. Burrow's played very well this year. That's the other thing too that's interesting about that game is like Zach Taylor and Cincinnati have proven to be like aggressive, like positive EV with 4th down decisions, where Belichick is on the opposite side. Like that could come to burn them in that game.
I'd hit Bengals -2.5 all day. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, if I could bet Bengals -2.5, I'd take it right now. 3 is where
Mickey
it gets
said
tricky.
He'd hit New England plus floor. So
There you go.
that's
So-
I think that's a pretty safe space to say that Bengals -3 is probably going to be.
I'm still going to take the Bengals
Where
at
it's
3.
gonna be.
3.5 is where I have pause. Yeah, maybe 3.5 is where when I come to
3.5, I'd take New England. Like that's just, if it's 2.5, I want the Bengals. If it's 3.5,
the 3.5 bad juice
Untouchable
on New
Jay
England.
says he thinks New England -2, so he's
No way.
he's pretty far from all of us.
He's contrarian, double seer contrarian. Dean Wormer.
Jamie wonders how much better the Saints would be if Winston didn't get hurt. They would have been a lot better.
They might have won the
See-
division. That's a couple wins, to be honest. They had some masterful wins. That 9-0 game against the Bucks. Wow. Seahawks fan, hey guys, I went 13-2 this week. Did I win week 18? I probably.
If you're Antonio Brown's agent, you've already won the week because it doesn't even matter what happens in this one because you finished with 13 and second place is at 11, so you killed it this week. Faka and I are tied for 7th.
That was all me this week, bro.
It was all you. You were you carried the team this week.
Yeah, right, man. Yeah, right. I shot a video where I just rambled for 40 minutes by himself. What an insane person.
How did Mickey do?
My
Mickey,
mother-in-law
you're
was
9
on the
and 6
phone.
as well, so you're tied for 7th.
My mother-in-law was on the phone with my fiance and kept
Yeah.
asking who I was talking to.
That's a fair question.
Yeah.
This is going to be an interesting 4th down spot.
I have no idea.
It looks like they're giving them the first down. They're not even measuring. They just give it.
Dude, fourth down. Everyone's so aggressive now. It's crazy.
This is like way closer.
Yeah.
Like I guess he gets it. Like it's really hard to tell. Oh, now Seahawks fan wants the Raiders to win. Yeah.
How'd that game end? The Seahawks game. They won?
They won by a bit. Like I didn't actually catch the end because I went to go eat. Let me see. It was 38-30, so Arizona put up probably like a late field goal, and then they probably tried the onside kick and ended up
Didn't get it.
not recovering. That's my guess, but I don't know if something else happened, you guys can let me know. I stepped away when San Fran was in field goal range in overtime because I had to go eat before the live stream.
That was a nice ending.
Hunter Renfro touchdown. I think Jay had a Hawks money line. He did. So congrats, Jay. That was a nice win on that. It was like what, plus 203, I think you had?
That's pretty good.
Well, now that the Raiders are in the lead, it's right now looking like Raiders at Bills.
Dude,
I
that
don't.
route from Renfro was like he undressed him. This guy's so good, man. It's very it's very true of like Samuel, Renfro, and Cup. Like those guys are football players, whereas like I kind of see guys like Adams and Jefferson as like you know
As
what I mean, and
both?
Hop. Not really
As
like,
all of it?
but
Man,
like
Adams,
primary receivers.
You just name like some of the best guys. Like it's
Yes, but I'm saying there's a
it's
difference between those guys, like they're in how they're used.
yeah.
Like I wouldn't be surprised if Cup, Samuel, or Renfro played special teams. In fact, Renfro does play special teams.
What's interesting to me is like I feel like the league gets very caught up in the athleticism of receivers
Yes, yes.
more so than, but I don't know, maybe that's just a really really hard position to like scout and then have that translate into NFL success. You know, this position I'm just very confused about. I was looking back at a few of the past drafts, like over the last few years, is like drafting a corner early. Like, I feel like the best case scenario is you just get a guy that's going to be able to stay on the field and play snaps. Like, it doesn't feel like any of them have made a huge impact. And then I'm looking at like quarterbacks that have been passed up, and like there's teams that are like quarterback needy, like the Denver Broncos,
Yeah.
who have, you know, they drafted Patrick Surtain, which is, I like Patrick Surtain, like don't get me wrong, but you know, would you rather have Patrick Surtain or would you rather have Justin Fields or Mac Jones?
Mac Jones, like you can't even like it's not even the value is literally like 5x on Mac Jones.
Yeah. Seahawks fans said I also had Jags money line and Seahawks money line. That's
Oh
awesome.
man.
I know, Fat Guy, you said you had the
Holy.
Lions money line. Like it's been a nice day for a few of those dogs.
Mine was only plus 165 though.
There's got to be a ton of records that were broken today with the extra game.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's kind of hokey though.
Renfro's so dangerous on like the short and intermediate routes. Like he's not gonna like beat you deep, but it's kind of like I always like when or not always like, there was a story and it was about like an athletic tight end. I can't remember exactly who it was, but his wife and him are watching a Cowboys game, like 5-10 years ago, and Jason Witten was playing, and the tight end's wife was like watching Jason Witten, and she was going like, "You're way more athletic. Like, why can't you get open like Jason Witten?" And the guy was literally like, "I don't know. I can't do what he does." Like, it just puts it in perspective, right? Like, there's so much nuance to what's going on the field. Like, even just like it's like the Paul Pierce stuff. Like,
Yeah.
Paul Pierce has the they when they came up with like the next gen tracking stats, he had the best acceleration or best change of pace out of any player in the NBA, which is like, to think about, is you would never guess that. But like, there's a
No.
reason how he got open and became such a proficient scorer.
Isn't that the truth?
But it's the same way with like Jason Witten, right? Like Jason Witten's the kind of guy where you watch him play and you're like, I think I could cover him, and like you never could in a million years. It's like the Brian
Okay.
Scalabrine, like,
Oh, I love it. Okay, but then there's also, we're forgetting another big thing. Jason Witten can block defensive ends.
yeah, like it's
It's not even included in the package that was delivered.
he's an incredible player. Like,
Yeah.
Seahawks fans saying, is Carson Wentz going to ever start on a team again? He's going to
I'm
be the
going to
starter
say yes.
for Indy until they find someone else. Incredible play here by Eckler.
Holy smokes.
This is why the Chargers are so dangerous, is that they're down 10 and it feels like
Yeah.
it doesn't. It's touchdowns or bust for this offense. Indy will be bad for a while then. Indy has a terrific
I don't
team.
think so. Indy was a
think-
threat to win the Super Bowl this year, believe it or not.
The only thing with Wentz is I feel like he just slightly limits you, but also like Fat Guy and I aren't one to say that there's like a ton of value in receivers, but that's a team that especially could use
Another
some help
guy.
at receiver.
Yeah.
Like, how much of it's on Wentz? How much of it is?
Wow. I'm going to say a big junk is, or a big junk. What's wrong with me? It's when you sleep 3 hours. It's not very good. The other thing, oh, Jay, that's a story of my life. 8-1 early. If I just stopped, I'd be a multi-millionaire if I just stopped betting afternoon games. Very easy to say. What was I going to say? The Colts, they're just coached so well, and like sometimes you just get egg on your face, right? Like Jacksonville beat, who were their wins against? Buffalo and
Buffalo, Indy.
And
I don't know who else
Indy.
they beat.
did they beat anyone else? They have 3 wins, don't they?
Yeah, I think.
Did they beat
them and
Houston the
Lions.
second time?
Mickey saying not defending Wentz, but their O-line was horrible today, and it all, like, you have to all be in sync, right? Like, the offensive line has to do their jobs, the receivers, the tight ends, the backs have to get open, they have to make their plays, and Wentz has to be accurate, he has to make smart decisions. And there's a few times today where you're shaking your head at the decisions that Wentz made, but
To be fair,
that's what happens.
I like what Mickey said. First point is everything has to be in sync, but if you if your O-line is playing well, that's it. That's all you really need. Like everything else will come in. Like you can play street ball with everything else to a point. If you have a really good pass blocking O-line or run blocking O-line, that's it.
You're San Fran. That's what happens. Like,
Yeah.
you're San Fran this year. That's what they did.
This is a bad penalty. And also, too, I like that saying that Mickey says that Wentz is horrible in crisis plays. This is a brutal penalty, I think.
Yeah, that's a bad one. But
That's pretty
They
bad.
called it.
That's pretty bad. I like how you can always slam the running back down that extra bit.
Yeah.
Hashtag Dylan owes me 100. Don't worry, we'll send the email out for you at some point. Who's coach of the year? It has to be Vrabel, right? I tend to agree with you here. LaFleur's going to get some credit too. Like, it's got to be a 2-horse race.
Possibly McCarthy too.
No way. 11-5. No way.
They finished 12-5. There's the Rams as
12
well.
and 5, yeah.
I'm just thinking against the spread, they did well this year.
Dan Campbell, then, if you're going to do that.
Yeah, but they were still a couple games behind the other teams. I think Dan Campbell did a terrific job.
Exceeded expectations, yeah.
Yeah,
They're my favorite. They're my favorite team to. I made more money on Lions than any other team.
Sirianni gets an honorable mention. The Eagles are tough. Like the Eagles, all their wins were against teams that were. I think their only win against a team that was above 500 was the Saints, who finished 9-8. So like they beat the teams they needed to beat, and it worked out. But
that's just like a fun iteration of how probabilities work out. Do you know what I mean? Like that's actually the most likely thing to happen if you were to, you know what I mean? Like beat the teams that you're a favorite against and lose to the teams that you aren't.
yeah, and that's also like I think it's pretty fair to say the Eagles are probably like mid-pack. If you were gonna rank all 32 teams on like who do you think would win, who wouldn't,
14th?
like the Eagles would kind of be
14th
right in
to
the middle.
17th.
Yeah.
Like I think the Colts are better than the
like Saints,
the Colts?
Colts, Dolphins. Those are the teams with 9
I don't know
wins
if the Dolphins are better than the Eagles, but it's in there. It's a debate.
It's close. Like it's close. And then
to be honest,
Ravens, Browns, Vikings, like
I Ravens and Browns I think are better than the Eagles. Although the Mayfield stuff is making it hard again. Because that team is actually close.
they're similar to the Colts, right? Like it's pretty similar. Is that John Madden's wife?
Looks like it.
Nice run from Eckler, but a flag here. I'm going to just quickly grab some more pizza. I'll be back in a second.
Oh, pizza, Big Rye. Offsides, huh? Second and short, I always feel is better than like getting the first down almost, like second and really short. I remember in what game was it? I used to do that all the time. I'd run out of bounds in NFL Blitz. Just because you have like other times towards the end zone where you can go for it on fourth. I'll see you, Mickey. Seahawks fan, you know what I really like? I like money line betting. I like the purist nature of it, and I feel like a lot of times it's better juice wise. It's not like I think there are times to take the spread, but I feel like the money line is often a better choice.
I don't have
Especially
data
with
to back it up, but I feel like the NFL with these decisions and the pace that it's going to go, like the scores are going to become more volatile. Like it's more likely teams are going to start losing by 7, 8, 14, 16 than 3 and 4 and 6 and 7.
well, that's kind of what a lot of my theory this year has been, right? So, like, kind of like the Bills. I like the Bills. Like, I don't mind laying points with the Bills or taking huge dogs against the Bills. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're my favorite example of that because they're bad at closing games out. McDonald's or Wendy's. Those are okay. Those are at best a 2.8 out of 10. I'm gonna go Wendy's is better.
Me too.
And the Frosty is too. The Frosty, even if you like a burger wise, Wendy's is better. And the Frosty fries is a weird one. I do like Wendy's fries, especially the dip in the Frosty, but I don't know. Once in a while, like once every couple months, a big thing of McDonald's fries is lovely.
The I've been enjoying A&W lately for fast food choices.
That one though, there's an extra star to it because it's literally like 40% more.
Yeah. The Jake said if Raiders win, what is the matchup? I thought it was Raiders Bengals, Pats Bills. I'm not 100% sure because where I'm looking, it's not very clear. So did the
Go ahead.
Raiders beat the Pats? Is that they'd move up to 5 then, and Patriots move down to 6?
Arby's curly fries. Big Rye is an Arby's fan.
I am an Arby's fan. Just trying to see, did the Raiders and the Patriots play this year?
Not that I recall.
I don't think so.
They didn't play that division. Yeah, because the Raiders didn't play Miami or the Jets.
So for two clubs, the best win-loss tie percentage in games played within the division. So maybe the Raiders have a better record in their division than the Patriots did.
I don't.
It seems like a weird tiebreaker.
I don't think they do. Are the Pats 2-0 against the Jets? They're 1-1 against the Bills, and are they 0-2? No, they're 1-1 against Miami. We got a fourth down. We got rid of the shirt, Seahawks fan, this entire year. Where do you live? Maybe I'll consider it. Shipping is impossible right now across the border.
He's local. He's in the Lower Mainline.
All right, send me an address. I think we might be nice on this one.
I like curly fries at Arby's are the best, like at all the fries. And then what I really like about Arby's is the Jamocha shake.
That's the only present I've ever bought you.
It was great though.
If you guys knew how lopsided this friendship is, it's unbelievable. Oh, you live in New West? Fantastic.
Eckler has been incredible the last 2 seasons.
I think we have 5 fans from that live locally, or viewers. I wonder how weird a meetup would be, eh?
Oh yeah. We're not socially awkward enough on here.
Yeah, exactly. You can only imagine real life. I just realized you furnished most of my house, Big Rye. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm just doing a calculation.
Seahawks fan has a claim here that he's weirder than you, fat guy.
It's not possible. It's not possible. I'm the Kramer of my group. The weirdest guy. Not even close.
Could be some Kramer on Kramer crime.
Kramer versus Kramer. Are we getting divorced?
Is that a thing from the show?
No, it's a movie about a divorce and custody battle, I think.
Oh.
It's called Dustin Hoffman. Ryan looks like an interior designer. He definitely isn't.
That's for sure. I like that line.
You'll prove me right? Oh, geez. Wonder what I'm getting into. I guess you know both sides. You having a competitive advantage.
This is the closest fat guy I would ever get to Tinder. It'd be fun to do a meetup in Vegas and go to the squarest book and then all bet contrarian.
Yeah, I was still betting bad lines. What a nice run from Eckler. Like, how do you slip off of that too?
Just incredible strength and balance. Like,
Does Bigger I use grinder only on the weekends?
yeah. Because weekdays I'm fine.
No, I thought you were a host. That was one of the worst days. We used to, me and Big Rye had an office at his parents' basement. It was honestly the greatest thing ever. It had like 7 monitors and 2 giant tables, and it was. I actually miss those days a lot. Oddly enough, our most formative days was the first summer when we had pen and paper and a laptop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Things have progressed.
Progressed a little bit.
Oh, big
Oh
hit
my!
by
You see that hit?
Noosu.
Woo!
I think they brought. No, it wasn't Leatherwood.
He's had a rough year.
Oh man, I got a feeling these penalties are going to cancel each other out.
Yeah,
my
that's what I think
guess.
so too.
And this guy has multiple flags. I think there might be
And no
three
hat.
flags. I love that nuance that if you throw your flag and there's a second flag, you have to throw your hat.
Yeah.
Wow. It looks like all the flags are on the defense.
Wow.
So they're going to get the PI. First down. The season's done now. How does everybody feel about the number changes? Have you guys gotten used to it? Do you miss the old numbers? You've gotten used to it, Jay?
I'm cool with it.
Big
What a
sack here for
sack.
the Chargers. No Osu again. Just wrecking havoc in the backfield on this drive. Jake said he's used to it. I got a feeling we're going to see a lot of rookies coming in using the lower numbers. That's my guess, especially like on the defensive side of the ball. Jake brings up a good point that people who watch college football are already exposed to weird numbers all over the field, so they get kind of used to it.
Yeah, that's a good point. That Jake's always on top of it with that type of thinking.
Yeah.
I just like the the familiarity with like understanding a defense at a glance just by the numbers, and thinking anyone who has a number in the 40s is really cool.
I like what Josh Allen just said. He said, funny you bring it up. Today's Titans-Texan game, Jeffrey Simmons came in on offense and was flagged for illegal substitution because he didn't tell the ref. And it was due to the fact that his numbers is in the 90s. Yeah, that's...
Interesting.
You feel
Very
like
interesting.
That, like, if you're Jeffrey Simmons and you're brought in on that kind of formation, like, you should be coached 1,000% of
Yeah.
the time to
Yeah,
check
yeah.
in. Like, I remember a while back there was a big play, and then the refs had to deliberate for like 3-4 minutes on if the guy said he was eligible or not. Like, such a silly thing. Like, hey, did this guy signal to you 2 minutes ago? Like, if the ref blinks or looks away, I don't even think that's something you can challenge.
It's so unnatural. Eckler with a guitar.
What are your thoughts on Fangio getting let go?
The problem with that is he's a great defensive coordinator. He's not cut out to be a modern coach. I do think, though, there was some progression. Like that first Chiefs game, the first one where they in Kansas City, there was a sincere effort to win that game. But then you see things like the field goal that he kicked. Do you know what I mean? In the last Chiefs game, the last game of the season on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
I just think, like, honestly, I think defensive coordinators tend to be better when they're older guys, because every type of offense is just a repackaged, repurposed version of some old idea. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like those guys just have a lot of wisdom in seeing so many different Rolodex plays in their brain that they can come up with creative solutions. So I would want, ideally for me, I'd always want an old D coordinator, a young offensive coordinator, and let's say a leader of men at head coach that's more in tune with mathematical and analytical decision making. So I think it's a good idea to let him go. I just don't think it was almost fair to hire him in the first place, because it's just kind of set up for failure. Like, this is exactly what both you and I thought would happen, I think. So at least I remember saying it multiple times. And I like him as a D coordinator. I really do.
I always go back to what also Mickey said. Like, I know Michael Lombardi just loved Vic Fangio, which, like, I don't know what that means, like, if it means anything, but, like, he's a well-respected guy inside the league, so.
Yeah, he has a place. I just don't think it's at head coach. Like, I would be very content with him as my defensive coordinator. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just great. That, like, I think that's a huge bonus. I think he has a competitive advantage at that vocation. Head coach is different. Some of the best head coaches are special teams guys. Like, John Harbaugh's a special teams guy. So Mike Tomlin, like, not that I love Mike Tomlin, but he does get the most out of his guys. They Steelers rarely put up stinkers. I just feel like they're more prepared year in, year out. He's never had a losing season, you know? Some of that's A, B, causation, um, casuality, that type of thing. But
Herbert, similar to a lot of the guys that I hang out with on the weekends, can really put it on a rope.
oh my goodness, what a run. What a run.
Is that Austin Eckler's mother that they're showing?
I guess so. They're all wearing 30 in there, so I would imagine that's his family. That almost looked like PI.
Do you think like the camera crew gets tipped off? Like, how do they know when there's family in the stands? It's kind of a weird thing.
Oh, they in the production meeting, they would have set it up, right?
Jared Cook has quietly had another productive season.
Yeah. There's so many like veterans like Jared Cook that you could like plug and play to have like as a piece on like a Super Bowl contending team. You have to stop the run here, right? This drive feels like it's been 10 minutes.
It has been a while. I think it might have started when I went to get that pizza, so it just shows you how long it's been. Justin Jackson has a unique running style, and I'm not saying that as a compliment. Well done from Eckler. But
I really like him as a player, man. Holy.
This will take him down to the 2-minute warning, I believe. It's really
Will.
close.
I'll be right back.
Every time Fat Guy leaves, it's like we're getting kidnapped. That takes us to the 2-minute warning. Untouchable said, seeing Micah Parsons at 11 or seeing Singletary at 50, there's a bit of a difference. Yeah. It just takes some getting used to, right? It's weird seeing, possibly one of the best defenders in the league wearing the number 11. You just wouldn't expect it. Well, you weren't allowed to do it, I believe. Lots of bets on this game, almost 110,000. What a touchdown by Eckler.
20 touchdowns of the season. What?
He's been spectacular for them.
That's like hard to believe. 20?
What was Tomlinson's record?
I feel like it was like 26 or something. Was it 30? I got his Pro Football Reference up.
He had 28 rushing touchdowns, 31 total.
He had 28 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah.
I can't even. That doesn't even. His receiving touchdowns are pretty low, which is weird. 28 in a year? That has to be an NFL record.
Yeah, he said 29 was the record, and then he finished with 31, so they included the receiving ones as well. His AV for that year was 26.
That's up there.
It was the highest AV ever. So, according to Pro Football Reference, I don't know how far back this goes. I see the 70s. They consider it the best season of all time. It's their attempt to attach a single number to every player since 1960. It was almost broken by Aaron Donald last year, who had a AV of 24. And then the year before that, Lamar Jackson put up a 25, though, which ties him for second with Marshall Faulk and O.J. Simpson.
It goes back to 60. It goes back all the way because Jim Brown's on this list. So Jim Brown had 17 touchdowns in 12 games. That's
Jim Brown
there.
was tied for 8th his 1964 season.
Jim Brown averaged 133 yards a game rushing in 1963, 6.4 yards per attempt. Holy smokes.
I will say they don't have his first 3 years, so it goes to 1960. So his 57, 58, 59 seasons don't count, and there's a really good chance that his 1958 season would actually be the best all time.
Yeah, this is incredible, dude. Holy smokes.
In his 1958 season, he averaged 127 yards a game, and he had 18 total touchdowns in 12 games.
That's up there. I think I actually think he has, as far as I think he has 1 or 2 passing touchdowns that season as well. Because he has a bunch too. So because everyone would just sell out for the run. So, but I don't think they it's kind of like sacks. I don't think that got accrued for.
Jake said what would have been like his line on touchdowns for each game, like minus 500.
Oh my God, that's a great question.
It was probably like anywhere from even to minus 300-400. There was probably games where it was even higher.
Yeah. Even you'd have to be up against a sick defense, like really sick for back then. Either or, like I don't even know if we're talking about Tomlinson or Jim Brown, but either or.
Well, I'll go back. Like we can look at that season specifically. Oh, that was the wrong one. So 4 teams held him to no touchdowns. There was 2 teams that really had success, and that was the Arizona Cardinals, who held him to 66 yards on 16 attempts and no touchdowns. And then the Steelers held him to 36 yards on 13 attempts. You're not going to... Oh, this must be 2 games. Because it has... that's 2 games. He rushed the ball 50 times against the Raiders in 2 games. Pretty incredible. Tomlinson, that is.
Yeah.
He also had 2 touchdowns in the playoffs, and they lost in their 1 game that year. So something that I've never actually looked at, but I'm looking at it right now, is Pro Football Reference has splits. So like I can see Tomlinson stats in 2016 versus the league, home versus road, in wins, in losses, depending on the margin of victory. They also have splits by month, by the game number, what day the game was played, what time the game was played, what conference, which division, which opponent, playoffs, and also different stats in different stadiums. Isn't that incredible? Like that they've got all this information here?
What's our favorite website? It's that just gave me a thought. Me saying that aloud is just giving me a lot of thoughts. That's my favorite website. One of them for football. One of them.
Like you can pull up, like I'm just looking at Justin Tucker's career numbers. It says that he's only had 5 games in a dome. Isn't that crazy?
That doesn't seem real. His division doesn't have any dome though, so that's 8. How is he the best kicker of all time? And he spent like one game a year in a dome.
There's one called I don't know if it's retroof or ret roof. Is that like a half and half? I don't know what that means.
Oh, okay. I'm guessing. What? You threw a flag like 1 minute after? Oh, okay. I'm okay
What's
with
going on,
that then.
Don?
Oh, wow, Don.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what they mean by this. Oh, retractable roof. That's what it has to be.
Okay.
Yeah, Justin Tucker, in games where it's a dome or retractable roof, he's only missed one field goal. Apparently, Justin Tucker has one incompletion as well on a 4th and 10 plus in the red zone. Sorry, I'm getting so caught up in this. I haven't actually been watching the game.
And so you got a very interesting position right here.
4th and 1.
4th and 1. Mariotta's in.
Yeah, they've been using him in all their short yardage situations. I got a feeling that he's been keeping on a lot of these too. And
The
we get a
refereeing has
timeout.
been atrocious the last 3 minutes. They're reviewing this. This has been like a minute. Because they think that Richard got a first down, but they shorted it like 2 yards maybe. But they took a long time. Like, I'd rather you be wrong and decisive than indecisive, period.
Interesting fact. There's only one division in the NFL that Tom Brady has a losing record against. Can you name the division?
AFC North.
He's 28-7 against the AFC North.
28-7.
Yeah.
What?
You're not going to be able to guess it, and I'll tell you that.
Wow. I mean, I only got 6 other guesses. So
You'd be wrong on all
NFC
6.
West.
The only division he has a losing record against is the NFC Central.
Oh, there. Ah. Ah.
I don't even remember the AFC or NFC Central.
Huh. Bosa. Oh.
He definitely caused him to step up. Here's an incredible stat. Brady is 33-3 against the Bills.
It's like so unbelievable.
Here's some other crazy stats. Brady has never lost to the Buccaneers, the Patriots, the Vikings, the Cowboys, or the Falcons. 9-0 against the Falcons. 6-0
That's
against
like
the Cowboys.
9-0 again. Fuck, man.
Yeah, Jake, I'm just looking at the like I'll show you guys what I'm looking at here. I'll just cover the screen for a second. But you can look up splits on Pro Football Reference, so you can literally see like Brady's 132-25 at home, 110-50 on the road.
This is a complete brutal call. This isn't catchable. What's going on? They're laughing.
Brady's
This is
won
brutal.
That is bad. Brady's won 108 games by 15 or more points. I think that's pretty incredible too. Let me pull it back up and take a look. And it looks like Jacobs is in.
That was insane. This is terrible refereeing.
He's played 45 playoff games, Jake. He's won 34 playoff games, so he's won 2 seasons worth of playoff games.
The ball's not even. That was the worst PI call I have seen in a long time. What?
They didn't deem it uncatchable?
No, they put it at the 1 and gave him a touchdown. What the hell?
Yeah, 2.5 seasons of playoff games. What's going on, Corey? Chargers still have 2 timeouts, so there's a possibility they could still put up some points here. But the Raiders have a nice start to this.
And there's been a lot of referee-assisted scoring in this game. I guess I feel jilted with the under. Already creeping at 31. Probably OU is probably like 58.
Yeah, 57.5 is what I
Yeah.
saw it at before this drive started.
Dude, Jonathan Hankins looks like a bumper car trolley, like from the belly button down. Like he's so wide. Like an unflippable mass. You know what I've never understood about the bumper cars?
What?
Like there's not very much mobility, so like I don't it's like a kid's version of experiencing traffic. Oh my goodness.
I didn't see where that flag was. It almost looked like Herbert was walking off the field. Holding on the offense. They're highlighting Crosby, and I can't see behind that ponytail. Is that Norton? Yeah.
It's clearly a hold.
False start on the offense. Man, I'm really surprised they just went to commercial break after that.
Hmm. So who won the final contest? It looks like Colty Boy.
I'll pull it up and see. Colty Boy and Billy 369 are tied at 147 wins.
Oh my goodness. Dude, do either of them have anything riding on this game?
Well, let's see if we can find out who's on who. I was just checking the like the money line handicap total for this game for us tracking, but it stopped at 12:30 today, so I don't know if it if something went down. Colty Boy's on the Chargers. And Billy 369 is on the Raiders.
Oh, so this is gonna decide it?
This is the it's the deciding game. We won't have to do any OU or anything like that.
Well, I would have emailed them both and asked them what they want. Spin the wheel or
Well, we already got them to pick an OU.
oh,
Doesn't really
what do you
matter
mean?
anymore. Well, Billy 369 is at 49.
Oh,
And
you were gonna
Colty
use
Boy
that
was
as the
at-
deciding factor?
Yeah, Colty Boy's at 48. So they were a point off of each other on the OUs too. So
That's pretty great.
It's going down to this game. And then I know we heard Untouchable. Untouchable picked up 136 wins. And then where's Dylan? 127.
Really? So he beat. Hold on. So he's gonna beat Dylan by 1?
No, he's got a 9-game lead.
Oh, he won then. That's awesome.
Yeah. What did Dylan say he was going to go this year?
60%. I was willing to give him 10-1.
And he's at 47.6. right, so Colty Boys on the Chargers, Billy 369 on the Raiders.
That had some intrigue, eh?
Yeah, it sure does.
Ooh, coffee boy. Holy, I'm getting fading. I didn't get very much sleep today. Holy.
It's felt like a lot of commercials today for this game. But I think that's because I end up getting caught into these
Vectors,
yeah.
information vectors.
Well, live the Chargers are -2.5, which is exactly what the line was for the contest. But Raiders are -127 on that +2.5. Raiders are even money to win. Chargers -117. And then the OU's at 57.5, but the over has the juice at -111. All right, now if you're going to bet the OU for the exact score for the teams, it has Raiders 29, Chargers 28. Which is interesting considering the Chargers are actually favored on the money line.
That is interesting. I always feel like there's some derivative action that, I'm always missing, but
That's a bizarre combo.
very bizarre combo. When's enough selling out enough?
Well, like how much are those two guys getting paid to be there?
That's what I mean. But when is that enough though? You know what I mean?
Once you reach that point, there's no
No
shame.
going back, eh?
So happy for Nathan Shen. Austin Eckler doing an NFL Street touchdown rendition there with the guitar.
I was never good at what was it called? You
Game
get
breaker?
points. Game breaker point accumulating. I don't exactly know what they called it, but that was more of a you thing.
Me either.
Oh, I'm hitting the wall today. Holy. I might jump off and get some coffee that I have in the fridge.
Yeah, go chug some down. You got to bring the heat this second half.
If only.
I wonder if they have these games scheduled yet. Doesn't look like it. So we know the matchups. We just don't know when they're going to be. In your mind, is there a big difference for rest? Like teams that have to play Saturday versus a team that plays Monday?
That's something that like is always on the docket, but I've always put it off. I bet you it's at one point it was something. I would bet it's nothing now.
Yeah.
Teams practice lighter and teams like science and medicine and stuff allow for easier recovery, and I think athletes now are in much better shape. You know what I mean? Like I feel like drinking and living a regular life was more common practice in old NFL days than, you know what I mean? Like now an athlete treats his body like a weapon, you know what I mean? Like you're not going to see, I doubt you're going to see Austin Eckler drinking on the weekend, you know what I mean? So obviously I use the best example, but yeah, the lineman, I don't think it's going to make a difference, but like generally speaking. You're going to grab some coffee real quick.
Sounds good.
retard doing something for money. No, it's paper. They're already in scoring zone. Has their defense played in this game?
I don't know.
Oh!
I haven't been watching. I've been trying to update some of the data, just catching up on some
Holy
work.
smokes. I go to sit down and just a big sack. Holy smokes. Herbert took that. He looks a little flustered after how hard he got hit there.
Well, they're on fringe field goal range here. And we get a miss. Wide left by 6 feet.
Zit Vono, how you doing, sir?
How you doing, Zit? Your camera's still covered.
Oh, right. There we go.
Josh, I didn't. That was the only wager I made today. So down 1 unit off the Indy live bet at halftime.
Finally a winning week.
Oh,
That's
nice.
tough.
Congrats, Zit. You're in the 98th percentile on 538 predictions games. That's so awesome.
That's great. Yeah.
That's very, very hard to do. So congrats on that. The part that sucks is you almost have to be in the 98th percentile just to be a positive sports bettor. Like, not quite, but almost. A lot of people kind of YOLO it, though. Yeah, it's true, but still it's, you know, YOLOing doesn't put you in the bottom 98%. Oh crap! Did they just put the schedule up? It looked like it.
It's high stakes, 3-1. Is it? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. YOLOing it to win a contest, though, is the best way, and letting just natural math, you know, play itself out. Enough entries, you are going to find, enough monkeys on a typewriter, you're going to get Shakespeare. That looks like intentional grounding. Yeah, exactly. Is it? Yeah.
Carr just off, so a quick 3 and out here for the Raiders.
What's it gone down to? 53?
It's at 52 right now.
Hmm. Okay. That makes sense. It.
Is there a prize for it, Zit? Yeah. It's still nice. It's nice to play those creative type of games, right? Like you can only do the common type of pools without getting bored eventually. Especially for someone like Shu that likes, all the, finding any tiny little edge. You don't do speed runs to try to just do what everyone else is doing.
Usually, algorithm gets around 80th percentile.
That's still pretty good.
Well, it depends on the competition, really.
Yeah. I think that gives you a pretty good idea of like what Zit said. Like there's going to be a healthy 20-30% that are just, YOLOing and losing and quitting. But it's still like it's a nice way for them to show, progressive success with their stuff. Or with their work. I shouldn't say their stuff.
I just had a funny idea. Anytime I have to sign up for something I'm not really that into, I could just give them my bald friend's address,
Like home address or email address?
home address.
Oh, that's a really good point.
Kind of like 7722 Reseda Boulevard, like in that.
Oh, apartment complex 102.
Well, yeah, apartment 102. Yeah.
90 plus is typical. It's pretty good. That's very, very good. And then considering you're in the 98th percentile, it's even better. Guyden did a good job after the catch there. He treated that more aggressively as an offensive player than most defensive players do in that same situation without having
That's
to make
very,
the catch.
very interesting point. I like it. Casey Hayward's pretty good. Like, that's an underrated player for many, many years. He's clearly stopped. I want to see what they do here. They might actually punt. Does it look like it? Does not look like it.
I like that zit though. It teaches you to be disciplined. Looks like it's going to be a long yard. And they're lining up to go for it. I wouldn't be surprised if this is just a hard count. They go for it. And they're getting stopped. What a huge decision there.
Do you hear did you hear Al Michaels talk about like oh, they're lining up like they're not, like as if he doesn't believe them?
Oh, I was
Like,
the
has he
same.
not
I
been
said
watching?
I said the same thing though. Like they're inside their own 20 in the start of the third quarter. Like it's I'm interested to see what the fourth down bot says on this one.
Yeah.
Mickey's not happy with the result, I can see. But it's something that you talked about, Fat Guy, about them being possibly overly aggressive.
Yeah, I think they're overly aggressive. I like it though. I always say this whenever I'm teaching someone to play poker. I'd rather be aggressive and wrong than passive and wrong.
Zidvono says, Mickey says it'll say punt. Zidvono said, I think you should go for it. And it was actually a positive 3% win probability to go for it.
I'm
so
very
44%
impressed then.
to win if they go for it, 41% if they punt.
It's only 1 yard, right?
Yeah. But who is it? Is that Darius Fillion?
Yeah.
He's made a couple big plays here, breaking through on the interior.
He's got the crazy eyes. He
And
reminds
a
me of
sweet
that
mustache.
That defensive lineman. Remember that used to play for the Raiders? That got remember when he got arrested?
It's not ringing any bells.
It's like a really famous NFL meme photo.
Derwin James, and when he gets when he has pursuit, Derwin James is up there with the best.
Yeah.
It looks like Carr hurt his right knee, or maybe he tweaked his ankle. So Chargers do get the 3 and out here, but Raiders are going to get to attempt a field goal. I keep going back to what Jake Jacobs shared, that like those 3 or 4 principles, and it's essentially saying like touchdown or bust and just go for it on 4th down.
Yeah.
I don't know why I feel like Bob Saget was older than 65.
I don't know. I find that strange. Desmond Bryant. That's the guy.
Oh, yeah.
The famous photo.
Yeah. Desmond Demon Bryant.
Man, they got a lot of guys arrested. A lot of mug shots here. For Raiders players recently. Rolando McClain. Sean Smith.
Here's the
Who else?
Desmond Bryant photo that...
I was referencing.
Oh, man, there's a Guillermo version of it.
Is there?
Yeah, I don't know if you can see the screen.
Hold on.
But
I can bring it up. Bring it up.
Can you see it?
Because I have the chat
right.
popped out.
Oh, yeah, good point. I might have it behind the chat. That's the the photo.
Oh my, it's the greatest, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, look at Guillermo. That's fantastic.
Yeah. Highlighting it's Scott Edwards' 23rd season. I'm guessing he's retiring, and that's probably why they're giving him the limelight here for a few seconds. Raiders now -2.5 live. Chargers +122 on the money line. 53.5 is the OU. Well,
What? I haven't seen this.
those next gen stats are different than what was shared.
Yeah. God, he's exciting player, eh?
Eckler?
Yeah.
Yeah, Raiders at -2.5 right now are even juice it on Pinnacle at least. Hit Keenan Allen in the chest. Crosby with a big sack.
Wow.
Here. Great play.
Is he hurt?
Looks okay.
I'm open to that idea, Zip Bono. Have you ever heard of the podcast Risk of Ruin? I listened to the creator of Betfair, the British betting exchange website, and it was very interesting. They charge high commission though, Betfair, if you win. Yeah. That's where I first heard about it too. I didn't know you were a 2+2 guy, is it? So I the only part about 2+2 is it suffers the same fate as every forum that I know of. Like it's like an echo chamber of bad ideas a lot of the time. Like I one thing that really upset me is I remember they were talking about win rates at Live 1-3, and they said that you could only make like 10 big blinds an hour. When I had a sample size of 3.5 years, playing like pretty consistently, and I made like 25 big blinds an hour. So, and then people are saying, "Oh, it's impossible," and your sample size is small, and no, I like did it for 2.5 years. I can't even remember how many hands. I still have to look at it. So it was really upsetting, like to hear, and I'm still doing it. So it's very bizarre. Like forums just become sometimes bad echo chambers. I don't really like that. But 2+2 had a lot of interesting resources, and that was one of the things I did see. Interesting. Someone from the non-poker world bring that up. What do you mean? Like a ROI? You mean? Yeah. Well, I used to play the highest stakes sit and goes when I was 19. Me and my friend did on his account, and the reason we comboed accounts is because the bonuses ROI. Yeah. You easily could have. And it was funny. Dan Bilzerian had a podcast talking about playing the highest stakes sit and goes on Party Poker, and like I played them at the year he was talking about when I was a teenager, the $500 sit and go. So I was like, "There's no, you weren't one of these guys, right?" Because did you ever use Shark Scope? Zitphono? I think it was like $150 a year. 90 man's a bit different. You wouldn't have to, but I did 6 max ones and 9 max ones. And I would Shark Scope the Shark Scope was for all those that are bored by Poker Talk. Is it used to be able to look at a database of players and you could see their ROI, games played, whether they were winners and losers, and then you could use that to pretty much evaluate who was a threat and who wasn't, and whether joining a sit and go before you went was worth it or not. Because if there were 4 really profitable players and 4 break-even players, it probably wasn't a good idea. You probably couldn't beat the rake, but if you had one with 7 really bad players, you had a really good chance of winning, right? So if you only me and my friend came up with like a formula as to what would it take for us to play a sit and go. Of course, sit and go strategy is actually good now as opposed to back then, but it was a good way of gaming the system. Poker theory, I could talk forever, but like not even the theory of playing, all the extra stuff.
Me too.
Oh, you just looked yourself up? Yeah, because you could do a couple for free. Yeah. So I guess that's where you would have got that number. Yeah.
Car short with the throw to Waller.
Here, I'm gonna look up mine actually. See if the old one from years ago. Average ROI 81.8%. That's what mine was. Oh, that's only 31 though. It's only a sample of 31. I don't think it goes back very far. That was a hold against Bosa. That was brutal.
Nice patience by Carr there to allow Edwards the time to get open.
Oh my, what sites it, Vono? That would have been like incredible ROI. I remember my dad in like 2001 won like 20 or 30 G's in like he satellited in 3 times into a tournament, and he didn't win, but like that was like the big tournament for the year, Paradise Poker. Oh, so long ago. You played on Full Tilt? So did I. I don't remember that. I never really played those stakes, but that's really cool. I remember playing Paul Wasika heads up a couple times on Full Tilt. He wasn't very good for a guy that had won $9 million in tournaments. That's all it takes, was one tournament, though. Or was it 6? It doesn't matter. That's another hold by 76. That was bad. Like the guy was angled completely wrong and had his hand like on the inside of his jersey. I want to see this again. Yeah, it was. He only caught the tail end of it. That was nice to get a first down by Jacobs, though. That coffee helped. I'm waking up. He's only 23. That's so young. Another hold against 75. That's crazy. They're giving it unnecessary roughness. Roughing the passer. What? Or sorry, roughing the passer. That's so bad. I want to see it. Oh, holding defense. Okay. Yeah, that was a clear hold. I like 33 flying in there, eh? That was
Derwin
great.
James.
Just pulling down everybody. That was awesome. That was a nice play by Mariota.
I thought he was going to get in.
Yeah, me too. He looks strong running that ball. Felt like number 9 could have played that differently, more aggressive downhill.
He could have, but he didn't. And Mariota's been very, very good on these like 4th and short plays for them when healthy this year.
It's smart to like tap into that resource, like not be afraid to. It's worked out. It's better than Carr. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I find it weird that they leave Carr on the field for those plays.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Why not play like a burner like Djax? Like give it you an option.
Just anyone else. There's no point in having Carr line up at receiver unless you're going to do some trick play, and at that point,
That was crazy.
he almost came up with that.
He didn't finish with the ball. I don't know what they're talking about. The ball's out of his hands.
It's close.
That was awesome, though. Why'd they take a timeout there? He has the red flag in his hand. Why are you going to take a timeout and then throw the flag?
Well, the answer is bad coaching.
The ref talked him out of it? What?
Well, he probably asked like a question, and then when the ref gave him the answer, he probably decided not to throw it. Or the other thing too is that maybe upstairs he's asking him, "Hey, what do you guys think?" and they haven't seen it yet. Like they might be slow, so he might have taken a timeout to give them time.
That's so
Either
silly.
either way, I can't
justify it.
Those are the only two reasons I can think of that
still don't make any sense. Another flag.
Carr is signaling it's against.
How many? This
Chargers.
Is over 100 yards in penalties. Oh my goodness, man! Just give him the game. This is bad. I want to see it again though. Before I say that defense, it's on Nwosu. Oh, that's pretty weak. That's pretty weak.
He laid a really nice shot on Carr on that.
Yeah,
play
that
too.
was pretty weak. Oh my, that was pretty weak. Max Crosby, what a fine day.
He's played how they probably thought Clelin Ferrell was going to do. For
They were
them.
hoping. They were hoping Clelin Ferrell was going to be.
Josh Allen said the NFL playoffs are better when the Raiders are playing.
All right.
I drove through a Tim Hortons a couple nights ago, and they told me that they weren't serving any food.
Oh, that's standard. What time did you go
Is
at?
it? It was late. It was like 1 in the morning or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. They don't, because they don't cook bread around that time. It's hard to get anything. Sometimes you can get stuff on a bagel.
Yeah.
So they were serving nothing though, like zero.
Yeah, like they didn't have soups or anything.
Yeah, yeah. How'd they get Wayne Gretzky to do a Tim Hortons commercial?
I have no clue. He's he's doing a show now on TNT. Like
I heard.
just like how Barkley and Shaq, like he does a hockey version now. Like he's like the Barkley of hockey for TNT.
He's friends with Charles Barkley. Who else is going to be on that show?
There's a few of them. No one else like nearly as famous as Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah.
But it's like TNT's way of trying to get hockey more popular in the U.S.
The Barkley, Shaq, Ernie, and Kenny is
Kenny
that's
Smith.
a pretty good show. Like it's funny.
Excellent.
It's really good.
I watch the highlights of it on YouTube now.
I do
weekly.
sometimes too.
What
a tackle! That is one of the best tackles I've ever seen.
Not a player I'm
my.
familiar with either. Is it
Gilman.
Gilman or Gillian? That's
one of the best tackles you've ever seen. That is one of the best tackles of all time. That was unbelievable. Holy.
Let's go on to Renfro. I love that route. That was
It's
excellent.
so obvious, man, every time.
Well, it was obvious, but they threw in the wrinkle like it was a zig or zag, whatever they call it on Madden. But they used it the other way. The funny thing is, like, they would have had the touchdown no matter what. But that worked out well. Puts the Raiders at a huge advantage here. Just win, baby, said Josh. Harris is upset, but there's not much he can do. You can tell the Raiders have been saving that one. I haven't seen that run yet off my small Rolodex of plays.
Yeah. I hate that type of play. I really do.
All right. So the Raiders have a 12-point lead. And what's the OU right now? 40?
Yeah. To totals 40, you
Their
mean?
total's 40. The OU's at 53.5.
TonyBet.net. Interesting. The TonyBet.net doesn't round the European decimal odds to American, so you're getting fractions like for like minus 208.33. The Rams are
I get
against
you.
the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Hold on, what? The Rams are 3.5 point favorites. Oh, they put the Rams are the favorites. They put the home team at the top because I guess it's European then. That's so funny.
Yeah.
They have the Cowboys as 2.5 point favorites.
I would have thought I'd be 3, but Crosby wins against Schofield there. Makes the play on the draw. Or it was against Norden again. My mistake. Oh, no, it was Schofield. Okay.
Oh. Wow.
INT. Is that Casey Hayward with the pick? It sure is. Jefferson with a nice swim move, and then Crosby with the hit. And then Mike Williams fell down. I don't think it would have mattered too much,
I don't think it would have mattered. Charles Woodson, that's sick.
Max Crosby gets his first Pro Bowl selection.
Well deserved.
Live OU is now at 50.
Interesting. There's no more field goals for LAC.
Fat guy, were the Chargers in the playoffs last year?
Uh,
I don't think so,
no,
but
the year before and the year before. No, they really weren't in the playoffs last year. Because remember, Lynn kept losing? Or was it just they played Baltimore and won the year before?
it was Bills, Colts, Rams, Seahawks, Tampa Bay, Washington, Baltimore, Tennessee, New Orleans, Chicago, Cleveland, Pittsburgh. And then I guess Green Bay and Kansas City got the buys. There's a pretty good chance we could see a repeat of the AFC and NFC championship games this year. Tampa Bay at Green Bay, Kansas City, Buffalo.
That's unlike Renfro to lose yards there.
Yeah, it was an awareness play. It just didn't work out.
He didn't get it, did he?
Just
wow.
Inside.
He hasn't. Did he make the Pro Bowl? Because he hasn't missed one yet, has he? Oh. Remember his first game? He missed 5 for the Vikings, and he got cut. And then he got cut after his first game. You gotta I don't know. I always think that that's reactionary. Like he just had a meltdown. But Carlson's one of the best kickers in the league.
Matt Gay is the kicker for the NFC.
Oh yeah.
And Tucker for the AFC.
Yeah, Tucker's perennial. Like I don't know how. Who's he? Matt Prater has played on too many teams. Like you lock that up.
Interesting. Denzel Perryman made it as a Pro Bowl inside linebacker.
Yeah, bizarre. Formerly of the first round pick of the Chargers.
Justin Herbert was voted the starter for the AFC.
Wow.
Article from yesterday. The NFL ranked their top 10 clutch players. And Daniel Carlson was in the top 10. I'm just trying to see.
He's missed 3 kicks this year. Only one. He's 5 for 6 from 50 plus.
He's had 4 game-winning kicks this year, Carlson. So that's why people are calling him clutch.
Clutch is such a weird term too. What if you don't even get the opportunity too? Does it make you not clutch?
Yeah. It's really hard to be clutch if you can't even get to a clutch situation. And that was really good pocket awareness from Herbert.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, AJ Cole made the Pro Bowl, Josh. Palmer with the catch. It's going to be 3rd and 3 for the Chargers. This is Keenan Allen territory.
Oh, he almost. Oh, I can't believe he didn't fumble. You see that ball moving around?
Yeah, he got
Holy.
hit by 2 or 3 different players.
Yeah.
Chargers in this hurry up. Incomplete. It looked like to Cook up the seam.
Jared Cook. That was so close. Cook get hurt there?
I don't
That
think
could
so.
have been a tip drill.
I thought it was going to be once I saw that.
I guess
ball
it was.
bounce up.
It was an incomplete tip drill.
Yeah. Eckler making it a more manageable third down.
Wow, it's 2 downs. They don't care about kicking a field goal. What a play.
I don't know if that was Crosby. Might have got his hand on.
Yeah, it was tipped,
On
so
the
it can't even
ball.
be PI. That was awesome.
He just got part of his forearm and wrist.
Where are they spotting it? Oh, they're not going to give it.
They got a bad spot there.
That's a bad spot. I don't know, dude. Like,
I think he's past the line. Because he's short, he's short, he's short. He's touched.
I don't know. That
And the
angle's
ball's at
looking
the
this way.
line.
I have no idea. Do you have to challenge this?
Yeah. Because I don't know if a turnover on downs is automatically. But I think they got hosed on that spot.
I think they got hosed. He threw it already.
And there's Staley.
This is one of those spots. This is so critical. It's the last game of the regular season, like where you want to get it right. This is where they should have sensors on the ball, like, you know what I mean, and sensors on the whatchamacallit, the first down marker.
You know what I'm confused by on that play is that shouldn't the referee be on like that first down line? Like, shouldn't that be their default? Like, maybe they have to be on the line of scrimmage for like offside and false starts, that kind of stuff. But like, shouldn't they have to slide up to wherever that first down marker is? Because if they're 5 yards short, if you're off by a yard or
yeah, you can't.
like it doesn't matter as much, especially on a fourth down. You know, if they pass the line by 3 yards, like, doesn't matter if you're off by a yard or whatever. But like here, like even a few inches makes a huge difference.
I think 2 inches in this case is massive.
Yeah, that's 4 big rise.
Yeah, you lose half an inch there, bud.
It's a fluid measurement.
You're gender fluid. All right. I'm tired of this broad. You know what show I watched? I was at my parents recently, and I watched
Mm-hmm.
Party Down, 2 episodes. It's great.
Mm-hmm. I love
Like
Party
that's
Down.
such. I know you do, and it's such a replayable show, and no one knows it.
Yeah, and it has a star-studded cast. Like it's not a like there's a lot of pretty big comedic actors in it.
But they caught that show. I think caught lightning in a bottle because it was before, like 3 or 4 of them were really famous, like
Yeah,
Adam McKay.
yeah, and her name's escaping me, but I'm a big
Yeah,
fan
I know.
of.
Yeah. She was in Mean Girls.
She was in Mean Girls. She was also in what is it, Masters of Sex, and she's been in other comedies.
They overturned it.
So are they giving them the first down, or are they
Yeah,
spotting the ball and
they're
then?
just giving him the first down. How off could you be? That's so weird.
Well, what's weird to me is like those lines are, like they used to say it's not official, so they would at least spot it and then
Yeah, and then measure.
measure. I don't get why the measurement has kind
This
of
is a
just
really
like gone to the.
wayside. This is a really poorly refereed game, though. I would say, like we've people hate on the refs. I think far too often, but this is an example of a badly refed game. I think it's going to be tripping on Crosby, but he was getting held. Okay, I was hoping they were going to call that on Raiders. That was a clear hold.
They have to be chipping now with Norton. Like it's just getting silly with Crosby versus Norton.
Oh my goodness. This pass rush has developed in the weirdest way, eh?
Well, it has, but like they need to use. Also,
Crosby tripped him, man.
well, this is like, remember there was that call earlier in the year where, like, that was a blatant trip. Like, don't they need to call that too? Even though, like, the whole, like, I'm fine with how it turned out, but I remember there was precedent set with the call earlier in the year that was similar, where there was offsetting penalties, but the second penalty came because of the first penalty.
Yeah. Oh, I forget where we were having that debate. Seen some bad holds in this game, and like that one hold from Nawasu, and that there's another hold or a PI that was really weak, and the one in the end zone too, because uncatchable. It's like 3 or 4 really bad ones from this referee staff, and I'm on, like I took action on the Chargers, so I have the Raiders technically, so I would say I've benefited from it, but it's like pretty bad. like probably, like I would say 9 points. They're calling. Oh my god, that's a big benefit for the Raiders.
Did they just say it's offsetting now?
No, they're loss of down. They're calling that a sack. He tripped him. It was a blatant trip. So, oh man, so they lost the down and 11 yards.
Well, this is positive for your underplay as well.
Yeah. This is bizarre. Like that one, like they got full benefit. No, you know what I mean? Like the Raiders got full benefit there on that one.
Yeah.
Wow. I can't. That ball was nicely placed. You can't blame this throw on him, though. This is like, if you want to make the playoffs, you got to make plays like 4th and 21. You got to get off the field here. Like, let's see if they can do it. That is like, I don't mind losing, but I don't like losing like this. This is really embarrassing. It was 23 yards into the end zone. Come on 4th down. Even Madden has some suspension of disbelief.
Do they kick the extra point or do they go for 2?
Are they joking?
Oh, they go for 2. Oh, man. They have to use a timeout. If the Chargers got that ball off faster, they could have had a free play. I'm trying to remember what the Raiders' first timeout was this half. Oh, it was when we were talking about they were about to challenge it, and then they took the timeout. So that's 2 bad coaching plays there to lose 2 timeouts.
Yeah.
And they get it.
And they get it. I kind of want them to win, to be honest. I don't want them to cover, but I want them to win. Like, they deserve this. You give up a 4th and 21. It's like so unforgivable to me. Like, and that's just a bad coverage. Holy smokes. 2 bad timeouts. And you've had every benefit of the calls, too.
Man, Herbert took a hit. That ball was right on the money. That was a
This
really,
guy's
really
playing
nice play.
so well, man.
And he went through. Eckler was his 4th progression on that play.
Herbert looks tired and hurt.
Yeah. This is a very interesting how they've lined up. Man, they've cut up to Collinsworth and Michaels, and they look like the commentators from MXC.
Yeah, yeah. Kenny Blankenship.
Yeah, like they're having a blast.
Who's the other one? It's Kenny Blankenship and
Vic Romano.
Vic Romano. Yeah, they really look like those types. And then Guy Ledouche.
Guy Ledouche is one of my favorites. There's also Captain Tennille.
Yeah, yeah. Let's get it on.
Well, Mariota faked me out. I thought
I had my eyes on him the whole time, just because probability-wise, him actually keeping it's like 80%.
yeah.
That was smooth, though.
Cars on the sideline for this. But this is smart from the Raiders.
Yeah.
Like, this is a 5-minute offense right now. They're going to run the same play. Like, get out of here. What are you guys doing?
Now bring Carr in to throw it. They're acting like it's because they handed it off to Renfro that it didn't work. It wasn't going to work no matter who had the ball.
I don't think that's a good use of resources, though. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, they grabbed it.
What?
How did he lose it, man?
It doesn't
How
make,
did
like,
he lose it?
It doesn't make a big difference. Like, Chargers still get the ball. They still have 3 timeouts. They could.
It's actually
they can go
almost
this.
better.
I don't know how. Oh, I see what happened.
Wow. They still count that as a sack, right?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah. A sack
forced fumble
fumble.
sack.
It's just weird because, like, I always find it strange. You just knock the ball out, right? But I guess. Dude, the guy just almost slipped on an ice rink.
Well, did you see?
Yeah, Phil on.
Like, Philon just didn't move,
Yeah.
and like, even when the guy ran full speed into him, like, it didn't even budge him. It's like running into a wall. They're gonna call this on the Chargers too. Yeah, for sure. Man, they've gotten their fair share of penalties this game.
Yeah.
Raiders are minus 488 on a brief live line. I think that's pretty crazy to say that. Pretty crazy odds for the Chargers to drive down and score.
Yeah, but that's still not winning unless they go for 2, which I almost think is weird because that tie thing is a little bit interesting.
What's going on, Space Sphere?
Hello, sir.
So Chargers still have all 3 timeouts. 2-minute warning is hit. And I'm still getting Takashi Castle vibes from the faces these two guys are making. Al Michaels starting to look like one of the 2 old men from the Muppets.
That's a great comparison.
And Darius is hurt after getting hit by that special teamer on the sideline.
I thought he was immovable.
Yeah. Oh, it's the ground that got him.
You mean the ice rink that they have there?
No. It's because he went to plant his feet to jump and he
Nah. I
hurt
clicked
himself.
off, so I didn't see it.
I've really enjoyed the NFL Mic'd Up series over the last few weeks. It's been fun to watch. There's some really great personalities. It's a shame like they don't get more of a spotlight. Like George Kittle on the mic, excellent. There's another guy on Miami. I want to say like Christian Wilkins. I'm gonna just double check. Yeah, Christian Wilkins, first round pick from 2019. That guy on the mic, pretty good. Man, 3 incompletions in a row here. It's 4th and 10 for the Chargers. Staley seems pretty calm. Trips up top for the Chargers.
He got it.
My.
He got it, man. What a thrilling team these Chargers are. Dude, they have 3 timeouts. I love this coach, man. Dude, that's a flag. Isn't that because he I guess because he fell down with the lineman, but going low, you can't grab hit the quarterback low.
I guess grabbing and hitting are 2 different things.
Felt like he landed on him worse. It looked way more harmless when on a second viewing.
Oh man.
This guy's dropped, I think, probably the most passes I can think of any receiver in this league. Him and Allen hasn't had a good year for that either, it feels like. He made the Pro Bowl, though. I didn't think that was very... I'd have to look at his stats again, but... Oh, do you see that foot by Trufant? Look at this.
Oh, stepping on him?
Oh, yeah. It didn't look as bad when I saw it again. He's got the protection. Oh, my goodness.
Drop from Guyton. Going to be another 4th and 10. So they've converted on 4th and 21 and 4th and 10 to keep this game essentially alive for them. Can they do it again? It's interesting to see how Norton holds up against Crosby on this play.
I was thinking that too.
They did a bit of a chip. What the heck happened there? There's a flag on the play.
You shouldn't be getting a guy from WCW NWO Revenge to block Max Crosby.
Holding on the defense, so the Chargers are still alive. Still on the live line, 441 I saw for the Chargers, if you want to take them now. Oh, yeah.
That was a hold. Dude, Beetlejuice looks huge compared to those DBs.
Yeah. Did you see the one just hit him and, like, drop to the ground?
Yeah.
I don't think you can advance a fumble, so I'm interested to see how they call this. And also, if so, the clock should keep running.
It's the fumbling player, though, that can.
Also, is that even a fumble to start with?
I don't know.
Like, what have they called it on the field?
Heads up play from Herbert, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This game is wild.
Man, that one's so close. Like, you could tell me that's a fumble. You could tell me that's an incompletion, and I'm just going to nod my head.
You know what's interesting? Do you see? I've never seen a guy do this, a pass rusher. Crosby uses his legs to bring the guy down without,
he's there to inflict pain. And that's why he's a guy that I know you
I love shit like that.
Like, it's
on my team, yeah.
His whole goal is to make sure Herbert isn't playing within the rules of the game.
With skirting the rules, like without without getting thrown out.
He's not stabbing him or anything. He's
No.
not doing an Albert Hainsworth stop, but if he gets a chance inside of the game, he's going to do what he can. So it says reverse. So what is it?
It's just second and 10, incomplete. Yeah.
Oh, okay. 2 sacks, 2 quarterback hits, and 6 hurries. So he's affected just under 25% of his pass
That's a whole
rushes.
game, man. Man, these receivers, dude, I've seen more drops. Did he throw it too hard? Like the Chiefs game, there were like 4 or 5. And this game, they're getting contact, but man.
There was something underrated that happened on the sideline there. But a guy in street clothes on the Raiders side got in Palmer's face and was like trash talking him. And KJ Wright came over and essentially grabbed him, and he did a 180, and he told him to go congratulate his teammate. Big completion here to Keenan Allen. Clock still's running.
They have 3 timeouts. They have so much time.
I think they're going to use their first one here, if I had to guess.
I don't know if I would have on this, to be honest.
They've already had 9 or 10. That was maybe their 11th play of this drive.
Yeah.
So I can see them even just from a standpoint of
you got a good point
and
there.
Stuff like that. You're asking a lot. Plus 326 now. Chargers on the money line. Oh, they went 7 like crazy at receiver. The good thing though for them is that with this many dropbacks, guys like Crosby have to be getting tired.
Yeah, you would think.
You can't do this every single down.
You're a bit of a. It's kind of lame to show up in a Steelers uni. I don't know. Did he lose track of that, or maybe I didn't see the depth?
I think that I think if I had to guess, Herbert had to throw it before Eckler broke, and they just weren't on the same page of where that was going to be.
Herbert's playing like crazy good. Like I don't think he's getting too much help from his team. Because Herbert's had pressure and receiver drops, miscues. I don't think it's like his throws have been accurate and his pocket awareness has been great.
I'm wondering if they're going to give him the first down here. They apparently did. And I'm guessing the Chargers used their second timeout because the clock stopped. Yeah.
Dude, Chase Daniel getting it done, eh?
Who's cuter? There's a secondary player. Looks like a cramp. That is a tired Raiders defense.
That's Desmond Trufant, right?
Yep.
Why is the referee? Was it the referee pulling grass out of his helmet?
Yep.
Why? I don't get that. You're impartial. You're like a judge. You are a judge. Dude, they're going for blood on Herbert.
I just can't believe they're getting there as often as they are. Like Herbert's having to do like the Madden quarterbacking where he runs.
Yeah. He got hit again. He's getting more grass out of his helmet.
Yeah. 29 for 53, 287 yards and 2 touchdowns.
53 attempts. He's got time for once.
I don't know.
I have
if
no
Palmer
idea.
Got a second.
He might have got a shin down. He might have got a shin down. Oh, he did.
We'll see. We'll see what.
You see, there's a big divot in the grass.
In the final 2 minutes, it's automatically reviewed. So we'll see.
No.
I didn't see if his hand hit first or his second foot. So first foot's in for sure. And then it's his hand, then it's his second foot. So he's out.
This is another 4th and 10. I thought his shin got in. Like
Raiders used their final timeout. Good job by Casey Hayward. Oh,
Go!
man. Lindsley missed out on that one. First
He
down.
got it!
Oh my goodness. They're going to have to use their final timeout. Now it's pretty much sideline and end zone. This drive has been so confusing because they haven't been able to do anything on first and second down, but third and fourth down, they just keep managing to get it done. I've never seen a drive go like 16 plays and they're all passes.
Well, I've never seen a drive take this long either. That's good.
Well, you've got pretty much 2 plays left, 3 if they're really lucky.
What? Oh, come on. What?
It looks like his elbow's probably going to touch down just... Oh, he's in. Unless they're saying he used the ground
moved?
to help with the catch.
I don't know. I think that's a catch, dude.
I think it's a catch too, but we'll see.
I don't know anymore. Dude, this is like one of those games where like you don't even have to like football. It's like breathtaking because it's just such a heavyweight fight. Like in the final rounds, and both teams are really giving it. Like you can't even like shit on the Raiders defense. This has been a really good performance for the Raiders D line. Holy smokes. Secondary, forget it, but this is like an all-timer. If the Chargers tie it up, that would be no, if the Chargers get it and then go for 2, that would be the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
They're giving it to him.
Which you and I agree with. We both thought it was a catch. So.
It's great.
Zavono says Chargers won't go for 2.
Yeah, I don't think it makes sense.
I want them to score just to see what they'll do.
Considering the time thing. Yeah.
Oh my. I was going to say it's definitely going to Mike Williams in the end zone. He was double covered and still made the play. "19 plays, 83 yards in 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
I thought it was 206.
206. That's crazy.
Ooh.
All
This
of a
might be
sudden, that
this
draw.
this might be the greatest football game, NFL game I've ever watched, even though I hated the refereeing. Yeah, that's it. That was the curious. I wanted this spot to see, because if that wasn't the case, I think they'd go for it. But the tie thing is in play.
Casey Hayward almost made a play on that ball. Like Mickey said, wow.
There's no this is a contender for one of the greatest football endings. Of course, we haven't seen it all, but
And Chase Daniel is there to possibly win this coin toss. Chase Daniel calls it, and the Raiders get to start with this ball. Chase Daniel, the cuteness can't help the coin. Justin Herbert versus Mr. Eyeline himself.
yeah.
DC4. In the league where they play for pay, both teams are gassed. They need to get out of here safe and kneel it out. I think it's very unlikely, but I might just be out to lunch. Kevin said, hilarious. We may get
Yeah, he's
yet.
right.
I don't know what it was down 16, but at the start of that drive, it was like plus 40, 440. And the Raiders' offense is better when Peterman's on the active roster. It's
Yeah. Oh! I forgot, dude. This game is really, really, really bad for the sportsbook if it ends in a tie. Like, a lot of people bet that prop. It's very popular, so like this could be monumentally bad for the sportsbook. He might be Corey Andy. That's how John Gruden is controlling the team. He's using he's using Oculus through the eyes of his cyborg body, Nathan Peterman.
Are you talking about the what fat guy was just talking about? The tie? It was what 22 to 1.
Yeah, yeah, it is usually, Corey, but people bet it down like crazy. So I don't know. It's bad for the sportsbook. They have a lot of exposure on this tie result. A tie would really hurt them. I don't know exactly. Obviously, you don't have the numbers, but I've read some damning things if it happens. It's not 500 to 1, Corey. It's not even close to that.
There's usually like 1 or 2 ties a season. There's 250 games, so I'd say it's pretty safe. Like
100 to 1.
150. Fat guy says 100 to 1.
Because they're gonna try and take profit on that, right?
Yeah. Derek Carr throws it away for the first play of overtime.
Man, he better win or Maybelline's gonna drop him. It's not 500 to 1. If it was 500 to 1, Corey Andy,
We'd bet
I'd bet
every single
$100.
game.
I'd bet $100 every game on a tie, and then I'd make 50 grand once this year, and once the year before, and then I'd lose what 27 grand betting against it.
Yeah, the Lions, they were cover kings this year.
Yeah, Kevin. Yeah, usually 30 to 100. 30 to 1 is an absurdly bad price for a tie.
Well,
I thought that ball. I thought that ball was coming out.
Yeah.
You see him pull him down. Like that's the guy too.
They're already in field goal range. There's a player on the Raiders who looked like they tweaked something. Number 70, one of the offensive linemen. Asante Samuel Jr. with the tackle on Zay Jones. Betfred is known for tight odds, said Kevin. Not familiar with Betfred. Fourth and 3. I feel like the Raiders are most likely going to try the field goal. Carlson's good from 40.
Woo!
We're not even allowed to access Betfred in Canada.
Yeah, looking at it right now. What a game, man.
So Iowa and New Jersey only in the U.S.
It said more when I went to the site. Arizona, Iowa, Nevada, Colorado, Louisiana, Pennsylvania. Didn't even list New Jersey. We're gonna try it with a VPN later.
All right, so the Chargers get their chance to answer. Chargers plus 2.5 is minus 121. Raiders minus 2.5 plus 104. I can't remember a drive that went 19 plays for 2 minutes.
No, I don't know about that. Like, I don't ever remember that. That was such a good play. Oh my goodness. Are they gonna get hosed again?
Matt Filer, I believe,
Yeah.
ex-Pittsburgh Steeler.
Yep.
This is one of those like run pass options, and
It's a penalty.
yeah, I got no problem, Mickey, with either team making the playoffs.
This is such a dogfight. It's unbelievable. I want to tie. I actually do. It sounds like I was like kind of like silly rooting for it at the beginning. Now I actually want it. That's interesting. When you're running that drag and you have a little bit of a leverage, if you turn up field, like that's, I don't know. I don't feel they do that enough. Like you should put a hand out. Like I'm gonna do that.
It's
Mind you, you
usually
might be.
like it's a time thing, right? Like it's
Yeah,
usually you don't
yeah.
have enough time to hold on to the ball for a longer.
But he could adjust and just. But then again, sometimes you're going to be throwing right into somebody waiting there too.
We got to see it earlier because like Brian Edwards did exactly that, like what you're talking about, and it worked out for them. 4th and 9 here.
when you watch this game, how can you doubt any fourth down decisions? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's all possible. It's all even likely.
Oh my goodness.
God.
What a game.
I this might be the best game I've ever watched for drama, because the pacing of the game is like, it's not like this big scoring affair. It's like,
You know what it reminds me of?
Slow build up.
It reminds me of another Raiders game we watched, the one where Crabtree scored the touchdown and the
that was against Kansas City.
Overtime. Yeah. Or it might not have been overtime, but it was at the end of the game.
We had big. It was the last play of the game. I had big money on that game. That was huge sweat.
That was not an easy pass to make, and Herbert put it on the money.
This guy is unbelievable. You know how hard this? He's thrown the ball 60 times. That was almost picked. Like, you got to be tired. You know what I mean? Like, your arms got to be tired. Like, you got to be losing zip on it.
I'm surprised they're not keeping the ball on the ground here. Like, Eckler hasn't had the chance to be much of a factor here in the fourth quarter and overtime. Oh.
Oh! Man, if the NFL had a Super Bowl like this, they would just capture the market share. Like, it'd be, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, they're gonna kick here. If they didn't go for 2 earlier, they're not gonna go for 4th and 6.
It's because of the tie thing.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Both kicks have been like this. This is where game theory, like,
you got to think
game theory comes into play.
I never thought they would collude, but this is the time. It honestly is. It just run basic.
It's the thing here that's very interesting is that we're really getting to a point where unless someone breaks off like a huge play, it's actually starting to get pretty unlikely that a team will win. Like Mickey just said, run up the middle.
That's what I'm writing right now to another, like, to a friend that just messaged me. Like, you have to, you almost like come out in the most basic eye and run with your fullback on first down to like send a message to the other team.
Well, it's more so not even that like they want to tie. It's that both sides should just be playing not to lose. Like that's as simple as it gets. It's not even a incentive to to tie. It's that both teams, like a loss is what kills both sides. So you figure they're going to be conservative.
They're
We say
throwing.
this, and then this is what we get from the Raiders.
What? I'm sorry. This guy, I'll be happy to bet against this Raiders coach in the future. I'm sorry. The timeouts were ridiculous. The game theory is just poor. Decision making is poor. That ground sounds so hard. Is Murray that linebacker that they drafted 2 years ago in the first round?
Mickey
so.
pointing out that the Raiders go to Cincinnati with a win, Kansas City with a loss. So there's incentive for them probably internally to win this game. I think they'd much rather play Cincy than Kansas City.
Kansas City with a tie. With a tie, you mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a face mask?
It wasn't. He got him across the chest.
Man, Derwin James is just absolutely crazy good. Do you see how aggressive that play was, too?
I'm saying his pursuit is next to none.
Okay, that was.
He did get him underneath, but he let go at a sneaky time that made it seem like it wasn't, even though it looked like it was. What a catch by Zay Jones.
Did he get in?
It looked like he caught it out of bounds, so clock stopped briefly, but it's back going again. So I think because he's moving backwards. I don't know. I don't know why. We're at the 2-minute warning. Raiders now minus 245 at minus 2.5. So essentially it's plus 190 for a tie. Talk about a nice opportunity to hedge.
Yeah.
But that's not completely true because the Chargers could still get the ball back and score. So you could lose twice.
But would they bother, though? I don't know. Like, it'd have to be a turnover. You know what I mean?
Mickey said they'll probably give this guy a contract like Rich Basilia or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
And then he'll underperform for 3
Yeah,
years.
that's exactly what's going to happen.
Do they have to pay out Gruden? Like, has there been any news on that?
There's I don't know what the deal is. There's a grievance to it.
Neither team used a timeout here. This is interesting.
Oh,
They're
look at the guy,
showing-
the Steeler.
They're showing the one Steeler fan. This is so great. If they run this, oh my god.
Stay inbound.
Okay, this is perfect because this is where I want him to get to. Like, I want it to be like a 56, 57 yarder. It's actually like,
Just kneel. You should kneel. You should kneel. It's over.
if they throw
Oh
the
my
ball
God.
here, like
I don't know.
Chargers.
This is the best NFL game of all time, I think, and it's gonna. I think it's gonna end in a tie.
Is it likely to end in a tie? Yeah. Do I think? I think the Raiders are gonna like. You trust the Raiders to take a knee right now?
I don't, but you should. You're guaranteed to get in. Why? Like, it's. I guess the Kansas City Cincinnati thing, and then it's. Do they run up the gut and then take a timeout and take a really long field goal? That's the only other thing I can think of.
Well, this is the thing, right? Because like something could go wrong for the Raiders, like if they fumble here and Chargers pick it up and score. And like, okay, this is where it gets interesting.
What?
At 2 seconds, the Raiders are going to take a timeout, so they're going to kick a field goal.
No. Is this the biggest sweat in the history? Is this? This is such a confusing situation. Is this the biggest sportsbook sweat ever for a sportsbook? Ever. It has to be. This exact moment. Including any Super Bowl. I think it's this. Can you believe? Imagine the Steelers hanging out watching this at Big Ben's house. Like,
You know what? The Chargers should have taken a timeout earlier.
yeah. They should have.
Because then,
It's-
like, the Raiders have to at least snap the ball one more time.
If they just stop that run, this might be the best NFL game of all time. That's the greatest NFL game that's ever been played.
So does that mean the Bills play the Patriots? And then Chiefs play Steelers? I think so. The Chargers to score and complete all those fourth downs. Big Ben never has liked to hear no. I like how the Roethlisberger career continues because this game didn't end in a tie.
All right, we got to shoot this video. That's the best game I've ever seen.
Thanks for joining us for the live stream, guys.
Holy
And
smokes, man.
we'll have the picks video out probably in a couple hours.